Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the years before the shadow fell heavy upon Middle-earth, when Sauron still worked in secret and the free peoples yet walked their lands in relative peace, Gandalf the Grey was known to wander the forgotten places of the world. He sought not the great halls of kings nor the bustling markets of prosperous towns, but rather the quiet corners where old things lingered and ancient memories slept fitfully beneath stone and root. It was in one such season of wandering that he came upon a road that should not have existed. The late autumn had painted the lands east of Rivendell in shades of amber and bronze, and the wizard had been travelling through a region of rolling hills dotted with stands of beech and oak. The trees were old here, their trunks thick with age and their branches twisted into shapes that spoke of centuries spent reaching toward the sun. It was country he thought he knew well, having passed through it many times over the long years of his wandering. Yet, on this particular evening, as the sun hung low and red upon the western horizon, he noticed something that gave him pause. Between two ancient hillocks, where he was certain only wild grass and thorn bushes had grown before, there now ran a path. It was not a grand road, nothing like the great ways that connected the cities of men, or the hidden trails the elves maintained between their scattered settlements. Rather, it was a simple track, worn smooth by the passage of feet, winding away into the deepening shadows between the hills. The path itself seemed old, far older than it had any right to be, given that Gandalf had no memory of its existence from his previous journeys through this region. He stood at its threshold for a long while, his staff planted firmly in the earth beside him, his keen grey eyes studying every detail. The edges of the path were lined with stones that had been placed with deliberate care, though moss and lichen had claimed them over what must have been many years. Wild thyme grew between the stones, releasing its fragrance into the cooling air when his foot disturbed it. Everything about the path spoke of age and long use, yet Gandalf's formidable memory contained no recollection of it whatsoever. A lesser wanderer might have dismissed it as a trick of fading light, or a route simply forgotten in the press of more urgent concerns. But Gandalf had not survived the long ages of the world by ignoring such anomalies. Roads did not simply appear in Middle-earth, especially not roads that bore the marks of centuries of use. Something about this path pulled at him, a sense of significance that he could not quite name but which he had learned long ago never to ignore. The wizard stood in contemplation as the shadows lengthened around him. The autumn evening was settling into that peculiar quality of light, when the world seems suspended between day and night, when colours grow both richer and stranger, and when the boundary between what is and what might be grows thin and uncertain. A wind stirred the leaves overhead, and for a moment Gandalf thought he heard something in their rustling. Not words precisely, but a pattern of sound that suggested meaning hovering just beyond the reach of understanding. His fingers tightened on his staff as he made his decision. Whatever mystery this path held, it would not reveal itself to one who turned away. With the measured tread of one who has walked many dark and uncertain ways, Gandalf stepped onto the ancient track and began to follow it between the hills. The path wound through the landscape with a peculiar quality that gradually became apparent to the wizard. It did not take the straightest route, nor did it seem to follow the contours of the land in the way that roads made by practical folk would do. Instead, it curved and turned according to some pattern that Gandalf could sense, but not quite comprehend. Here it would bend around a particular oak tree. There it would make a wide loop to encompass a spring bubbling up from between moss-covered rocks. It was as if the road had been laid down not to serve the convenience of travellers, but to honour, or perhaps avoid, certain features of the landscape itself. As he walked, the quality of the evening light continued to change in ways that seemed to have little to do with the natural progression toward nightfall. The air grew thick with a golden luminescence that seemed to emanate from no particular source. and the shadows cast by trees and stones took on depths and textures that spoke of something more than mere absence of light. Gandalf's steps slowed, his attention sharpening. He had walked in many strange places in his long years, had felt the weight of ancient magic, and encountered powers both bright and terrible. The sensation that now prickled along his skin was familiar, yet he could not quite place it. The path began to descend into a small valley that Gandalf was certain he had never seen before, despite having traversed this region numerous times over the centuries. The valley was narrow and steep-sided, its slopes thick with ferns and the gnarled roots of ancient trees. A stream ran along its bottom, its water so clear that every pebble on its bed was visible in perfect detail, yet it made no sound as it flowed. The silence of the water troubled Gandalf more than any roaring torrent might have, for it spoke of things that had slipped sideways from the natural order of the world. At the bottom of the valley, where the path crossed the silent stream via a bridge of time-worn stone, Gandalf paused once more. The bridge was a simple arch, beautifully proportioned and clearly the work of skilled hands, though weathered by what must have been countless years. Carved into its keystone was a symbol that the wizard recognized with a start of surprise. It was a mark used by the elves of the First Age, a sigil of protection and passage that he had not seen employed in over 2,000 years. His mind raced with possibilities and questions. Had some remnant of those ancient elves lingered here, unknown to their kindred in Rivendell or the Woodland Realm? Or had this place somehow been preserved, held outside the normal flow of time by arts he did not fully understand? The very existence of such a place so close to well-traveled lands without his knowledge spoke of powerful concealment, whether intentional or arising from the nature of the place itself. As Gandalf crossed the bridge, the air seemed to shimmer around him, as if he were passing through a veil of water. On the far side, the quality of the light changed again, becoming softer and more diffuse, while the shadows grew simultaneously deeper and less threatening. The path continued up the opposite slope of the valley, still winding according to its own mysterious pattern, still lined with those carefully placed stones now heavy with moss and the passage of uncounted seasons. The wizard climbed steadily, his breath coming easily despite his apparent age, for he was far more than he seemed to any who might observe him. As he ascended, he became aware of a sound that had been absent before, a soft susurration that might have been wind in leaves or water over stone, but which held within it a suggestion of voices speaking in languages he almost, but not quite understood. The sound did not come from any particular direction, but seemed to emanate from the very air itself, as if the valley held memories of conversations long since ended, and was now replaying them in whispers too faint for clear comprehension. At the crest of the valley's far slope, the path emerged onto a small plateau. Here, finally, Gandalf found what he had been seeking without knowing he sought it. In the center of the plateau stood the ruins of a tower. It was not large as such structures went, perhaps 40 feet in height, built of grey stone that had weathered to a pale silver. Much of the upper portion had collapsed, leaving only the lower 2 stories intact. But even in its ruined state, it possessed a quality of grace that marked it as the work of elven hands from ages past. The wizard approached slowly, his eyes taking in every detail. The tower stood within a circle of standing stones, 7 in all, each carved with runes that glowed faintly in the gathering darkness. The space between the stones and the tower was carpeted with grass of a green so vivid it seemed to hold its own light, and growing among the grass were flowers that Gandalf recognized as Eleanor and Nifredil, blooms that normally grew only in the protected gardens of the elves. Gandalf paused at the edge of the stone circle, his hand resting lightly upon his staff as he studied the runes carved into the standing stones. They were written in the mode of Fëanor, that most ancient of elven scripts, and though time had softened their edges, they remained legible to eyes that had seen the rising of the sun on the first morning of the world. Each stone bore a single word, and together they formed a phrase that sent a chill through even the wizard's weathered heart. "Watch and ward over the sleeper," they read, "until the breaking of the world or the waking of hope, whichever comes first." The implications of such words troubled Gandalf deeply. Who slept here, preserved by such powerful enchantments that the very land had been bent to conceal and protect them? And, more troubling still, what was meant by the waking of hope? In all his years of wandering, In all the lore he had gathered from elves and men and the wisdom of his own order, he had never heard tell of this place or the sleeper it guarded. He stepped between two of the standing stones, passing through what he now recognized as a barrier of great potency, though one that did not resist his passage. The air within the circle felt different, clearer somehow, as though it had been preserved from some earlier age when the world was younger and the weight of sorrow had not yet settled so heavily upon all living things. The grass beneath his feet was soft and springy, unmarked by the passage of any foot save his own, and the flowers released their fragrance in waves that spoke of summer afternoons in gardens now lost to memory and time. The tower's entrance stood open, its wooden door long since rotted away, leaving only the iron hinges that had once held it in place. Gandalf bent slightly to pass through the doorway, for even in his grey wanderer's guise he was taller than those who had built this place. The interior was dim but not dark, for light filtered down through gaps in the collapsed upper floors, falling in shafts that illuminated dancing motes of dust suspended in the still air. The ground floor was a single circular chamber, perhaps 20 feet across, its walls lined with niches that had once held objects now long since removed or decayed to nothing. In the center of the floor was set a spiral stair, carved from the same grey stone as the tower itself, descending into darkness below. Gandalf stood at the top of these stairs for a long moment, weighing what he knew against what he sensed. Every instinct he possessed warned him that to descend was to step into currents of fate and purpose that ran deeper than he could easily comprehend. Yet the same instincts that urged caution also whispered that this discovery was no accident, that he had been meant to find this place at this particular moment in the long unfolding of the world's story. With a soft word that caused the tip of his staff to glow with a gentle light, Gandalf began his descent. The stairs wound down in a tight spiral, their edges worn smooth by feet that must have climbed and descended countless times in ages past. The walls were cool beneath his fingers as he steadied himself, and they too were carved with runes, though these were different from those on the standing stones above. These spoke of preservation and protection, of sleep untroubled by dreams, of waiting beyond the reach of time's hungry teeth. The stairs ended in a chamber deep beneath the earth, a space that was at once smaller and somehow vaster than the tower that stood above it. The walls curved away into shadow despite the light from Gandalf's staff, as if the room's boundaries were not fixed, but shifted according to principles the wizard could not immediately grasp. The air here was cool and dry, carrying no hint of the mustiness that should have pervaded such a place, and it tasted faintly of herbs whose names Gandalf knew but which had not grown in Middle-earth for thousands of years. In the center of the chamber, atop a raised platform of white stone that gleamed like pearl in the wizard's light, lay a figure wrapped in a cloak of silver grey. The cloak seemed to shimmer with its own internal luminescence, and where its folds fell away, Gandalf could see the figure beneath was that of an elf lord, tall and fair even in his sleeping state. His face was peaceful, untouched by the passage of centuries, his features bearing that ageless quality that marked the firstborn children of Ilúvatar. Upon his brow rested a circlet of silver, set with a single green gem that pulsed with a slow, steady rhythm like the beating of a heart. Gandalf approached the sleeper with reverence, for he understood now that he stood in the presence of something precious and perilous in equal measure. This was no ordinary preservation, no simple enchantment of stasis such as the elves sometimes employed to keep their gardens fair through winter's grip. The magic here ran far deeper, touching upon powers that even the Istari were forbidden to wield lightly. This elf had been placed beyond the world's ending, held in suspension not merely of body but of fate itself, waiting for some signal or summons that would wake him to whatever purpose he had been preserved to serve. As the wizard stood contemplating the sleeping figure, he became aware of another presence in the chamber. It did not announce itself with fanfare or dramatic revelation, but simply became apparent, as if it had always been there, and only now chose to make itself known. A soft voice spoke from the shadows, neither male nor female, carrying within it harmonics that suggested great age and greater sorrow. "You have found him at last," the voice said. "We had begun to wonder if any would come before the appointed hour, or if he would sleep on until the world broke and remade itself around him." Gandalf's hand tightened on his staff, though he did not raise it in threat. "Show yourself," he commanded, his own voice carrying the authority of one who served powers beyond the circles of the world. Who speaks, and who is this that sleeps so deeply in a place hidden from all knowledge? There was a shimmer in the air beside the platform, and a figure materialized from the shadows. It was an elf woman of surpassing age, her hair silver white, and her eyes holding depths of memory that made even Gandalf's long years seem but a brief span. She wore robes of pale grey that seemed woven from mist and starlight, and about her shoulders was a shawl embroidered with runes that glowed softly in the dimness of the chamber. "I am Miriellen," she said, "and my voice is the last echo of a people who chose to remain when all others of their kindred departed for the western shores. I am the keeper of this place, the watcher over the sleeper, and I have held my vigil here through the passing of ages, while the world above changed, and changed again beyond recognition." Gandalf studied her carefully, seeing now the signs of the burden she had carried. Though her form remained fair, as all elves are fair, there was a weariness in her bearing that spoke of centuries spent in isolation, cut off from the community and companionship that sustained her kind. "And who is he?" the wizard asked, gesturing toward the sleeping figure. "And why has he been hidden away in this fashion?" Miriellen moved closer to the platform, her hand reaching out to touch the edge of the sleeper's cloak with infinite gentleness. "His name is Aranwë," she said, "and he was once the lord of these hills and valleys, a healer and lawmaster of great renown among our people. In the dark years after the fall of Eregion, when Sauron's power was ascendant and hope seemed a distant memory, he foresaw a time of even greater peril, a time when the free peoples would face their final test, and all would hang upon the slenderest of threads." The elf woman's voice grew softer, heavy with remembrance of old grief. He saw that in that hour, knowledge would be needed, knowledge that would otherwise be lost to the ages. The old lore, the deep magic, the wisdom of how to heal what shadow had torn. And so he chose to place himself beyond time's reach, to sleep here under powerful enchantments until the hour of greatest need, when one would come who could wake him and make use of what he knew. Gandalf felt the pieces of the puzzle beginning to fall into place, though many questions remained. "And these enchantments," he asked, "they are of your making?" Miriellen shook her head. "I am but the keeper, not the maker. The enchantments were woven by the greatest of our loremasters, working together in concert with powers they barely understood and could never hope to replicate. They drew upon the music that shaped the world, the same currents of creation that flow beneath all things. To break such workings would require either the one who possesses the key or a disaster so great that the bindings themselves would shatter before it. And this key," Gandalf said quietly, "do you possess it?" The elf-woman's eyes met his, and in their depths he saw both hope and fear warring for dominance. "The key was not made as a thing of metal or wood," she replied. "It is a condition, a constellation of circumstances that must come into alignment. When one comes to this place bearing 3 signs, when the world above stands at the brink of its final darkness, when hope seems lost beyond recall, then and only then can Aranwë be awakened to fulfill the purpose for which he has slept these long ages." Gandalf moved closer to the platform, his eyes studying the sleeping elf lord with renewed intensity. The light from his staff cast dancing shadows across Aranwë's peaceful face, and the wizard found himself wondering what dreams, if any, visited one who slept beyond the reach of time itself. "3 signs," he murmured, his voice barely audible in the stillness of the chamber. "Tell me of these signs, Miriellen. What must one bear to wake him?" The elf-woman clasped her hands before her, and Gandalf noticed how thin they had become, how the long years of solitary vigil had worn upon her despite the timeless quality of her kind. "The first sign," she began, "is a shard of starlight captured before it touches the earth. Not the light of the sun or moon, but the cold fire of the stars themselves, held in crystalline form. Such things were made in the elder days when our people still possessed the deep knowledge of how matter and light could be woven together, but I know of none that survive in this age of the world." Gandalf's expression grew thoughtful, though he said nothing, merely gesturing for her to continue. "The second sign," Miriellen went on, "is a token of sacrifice freely given. Not the casting away of something precious for gain, but the surrendering of something beyond price, for no reward, save the knowledge that it must be done. This cannot be sought or planned for. It must arise from the heart in a moment of perfect clarity, and it must leave the giver diminished in some fundamental way." "And the third?" Gandalf asked, though something in his bearing suggested he already suspected what the answer might be. The third sign is the most difficult to name, for it is not a thing at all but a moment. Mirialen's voice had grown softer still, as though she spoke of something almost too sacred to voice aloud. It is the meeting of three powers at the threshold between one age and the next, when the world stands poised to tip into darkness or light. One power must be of the earth, one of the ancient days, and one that serves the secret fire. All three must stand together in this place, their purposes aligned, before the enchantment can be undone. The wizard was silent for a long while, his grey eyes distant with thought. The conditions Mirielen described were not impossible, but they were so specific, so unlikely to come together by chance, that he began to understand the true nature of what had been wrought here. This was not merely a preservation, but a trap of sorts, designed to spring open only at the precise moment when the sleeper's knowledge would be most needed and most effective. It spoke of foresight that went beyond mere prophecy, touching upon an understanding of the great patterns that shaped the unfolding of ages. "How long have you kept this vigil?" he asked at last, turning his attention back to the keeper. Mirialen's smile was touched with sorrow. "I ceased counting the years after the first 1,000, she replied. "The seasons pass above, and I feel their turning even here beneath the earth, but they have blurred together into a single long waiting. My kindred departed long ago for the western shores, believing I had perished in some forgotten conflict. I chose not to correct that belief, for the nature of my duty required absolute secrecy. Better they should grieve and move on than remain bound to me and to this place." The weight of such sacrifice settled heavily in the chamber, and Gandalf felt a profound respect for this elf woman who had given up everything her people held dear for the sake of a future she might never see. "Have you been entirely alone all this time?" he asked gently. "Not entirely," Mirielen answered, and for the first time a hint of warmth touched her voice. "The forest above grew to know me, and the creatures that dwell there learned not to fear my presence. Birds would come to the tower's windows, and deer would walk fearlessly within the stone circle. The stars themselves became my companions, for they at least remained constant while all else changed. And Aranway, though sleeping, has been a presence. I have spoken to him often over the years, telling him of the world's changes, of the rise and fall of kingdoms, of the slow fading of magic from the lands. Whether he hears me in his dreams, I cannot say, but it has comforted me to believe he does." Gandalf nodded slowly, understanding more with each passing moment why this place had remained hidden for so long. It was not merely the enchantments that concealed it, powerful though they were. It was the devotion of this single keeper, her unwavering commitment to a purpose that stretched beyond any mortal conception of duty. Such dedication created its own kind of magic, a bulwark against the prying eyes of those who might wish to disturb what slept here. "Tell me of his knowledge," the wizard said. "What exactly did Aranway preserve that was deemed so precious it required this extraordinary measure?" Mirielen moved to the far side of the chamber, where the shadows were deepest, and gestured toward the wall. Following her indication, Gandalf saw what he had missed in his initial survey of the room. The walls were not bare stone, but were instead covered with fine carvings, so delicate and precise that they appeared almost a script written upon the surface. The carvings spiraled upward from floor to ceiling in patterns that hurt the eyes to follow, suggesting depths and dimensions that should not have been possible in mere stone. "This is the archive," the keeper said quietly. "Every scrap of lore that Aranway possessed, every healing art, every secret of the ancient days that might otherwise have been lost, all of it has been inscribed here. The carvings are not meant to be read in the ordinary sense. They are a map, a key, a guide to knowledge that exists in a realm beyond words. When Aranway wakes, he will be able to access what is written here, to draw upon it and share it with those who have need of it." Gandalf stepped closer to the walls, his staff's light playing across the intricate patterns. He could sense the power contained within the carvings, layer upon layer of meaning compressed into forms that were simultaneously simple and infinitely complex. Here was knowledge of healing that went beyond the mending of flesh, touching upon the deeper wounds that shadow could inflict upon the spirit. Here were the names of growing things, the true names that gave power over their essential nature. Here were countersongs to the music of corruption, melodies that could unmake what darkness had twisted and restore what had been lost. "This is remarkable," the wizard breathed. I had not thought such a thing possible, to store knowledge in this fashion. The risk of losing even a fragment of it would be too great. The risk was deemed acceptable given the alternative, Mirielin replied. In the years before Aranwe's sleeping, we saw how quickly the old law was being lost. Every time one of the wise passed into the West, they took with them knowledge that could never be recovered. The songs were being forgotten, the names were slipping from memory, and with each loss, the world grew that much darker, that much more vulnerable to the shadow's advance. Aranwe understood that the time might come when this knowledge would mean the difference between survival and utter defeat. The wizard continued his examination of the walls, his mind racing with possibilities and implications. If what Mirielin claimed was true, if even a fraction of this preserved law could be accessed and applied, it might indeed turn the tide in some future conflict. But the conditions required for awakening were so specific, so unlikely to occur by chance, that he began to wonder whether they were truly meant to be fulfilled at all. Perhaps the entire purpose of this place was simply to preserve the knowledge itself, holding it in trust against some unimaginably distant future when the world might be healed enough to make use of it. You said that one comes bearing 3 signs, Gandalf said slowly, turning back to face the keeper. But you did not say that I am that one, nor did you show any surprise at my arrival. Have others found this place before me? Mirielin's expression grew guarded. 3 others have found the path over the centuries, she said. All 3 were of the Order of Wizards, sent by the same powers that guide your steps. The first came nearly 2,000 years ago, in the early days of my vigil. He studied the chamber, spoke with me at length, and then departed, saying only that the hour was not yet come. The second arrived some 800 years past, during a time of great strife in the lands to the south. He too examined everything closely, but in the end he judged that the conditions were not aligned. He warned me that dark times were approaching, but that darker times still lay beyond them. And the third, Gandalf prompted, though something in his heart already knew the answer. The third came scarcely 200 years ago. Mirielin's voice had dropped to barely more than a whisper. He was called Saruman the White, chief of your order, and mightiest of the Astari. He studied the carvings for many days, questioning me closely about the nature of the enchantments and the conditions for awakening. His interest in the law seemed genuine, and his questions were penetrating. But when he finally departed, I felt a disquiet I could not name. There was something in his eyes, a hunger that went beyond mere desire for knowledge. I have often wondered since whether I should have revealed as much as I did. Gandalf's expression darkened at the mention of Saruman's name, though he quickly mastered his reaction. When did you last see him? He asked carefully. He has not returned since that first visit, the keeper replied, but his coming troubled the peace of this place in ways I did not anticipate. For weeks afterward, the enchantments flickered and wavered as though something had attempted to probe them from without. I strengthened the wards as best I could, but I am no lawmaster, merely a keeper. If one of great power were to assault this place with determination, I am not certain the protections would hold. The wizard's jaw tightened with concern. This was troubling news indeed, for it suggested that Saruman's interest in the sleeping elf lord might be more than merely academic. If the head of the White Council had designs upon the knowledge preserved here, it could complicate matters in ways that Gandalf did not care to contemplate. The rivalry between himself and Saruman had grown more pronounced in recent years, and there were times when Gandalf wondered whether his fellow wizard still truly served the purposes for which they had been sent to Middle-earth. The silence in the chamber stretched long as Gandalf contemplated this new information. The implications troubled him deeply, for Saruman's curiosity was never idle, and his ambitions had grown vast over the centuries of his sojourn in Middle-earth. That he had come here seeking knowledge was concerning enough, but the fact that he had attempted to probe the wards afterward suggested something darker, a willingness to take what he desired, rather than wait for it to be freely given. Mirielin, Gandalf said at last, breaking the stillness that had settled over them like a shroud, I must ask you a difficult question, and I need you to answer with complete honesty. When Saruman was here, did he attempt to wake the sleeper? Did he try to force the enchantments, or find some way around the conditions that were set? The keeper's face grew pale, and she looked away toward the sleeping form of Aranwe before answering. He did not attempt it while I watched, she said slowly, but there was a night when I felt called away from the chamber. A compulsion came upon me, sudden and overwhelming, to walk the path above and tend to the standing stones. I resisted at first, knowing my place was here, but the urge grew so strong that I feared something terrible would happen if I did not obey. When I returned several hours later, I found Saruman standing where you stand now, his hands upon the platform's edge, and the air in the chamber felt different, charged somehow, as if great powers had been invoked and then released. And what did he say when you confronted him? Gandalf's voice was gentle but firm, for he understood the shame she must feel at having been manipulated so easily. He claimed he had merely been studying the inscriptions more closely, seeking to understand their meaning. Miriellin's hands twisted together, a gesture of distress that spoke of long-suppressed guilt. He was gracious about it, even apologetic for having remained alone while I was called away. But his eyes, Mithrandir, his eyes held a light that frightened me. It was the look of one who has glimpsed something precious and is already calculating how it might be possessed. Gandalf moved around the platform, examining it from all angles with renewed intensity. His fingers traced patterns in the air above the sleeping elf lord, and faint threads of light followed in their wake, revealing the complex web of enchantments that surrounded Arranway. The wizard's keen sight could perceive layers upon layers of protection, each one woven with exquisite care and bound with words of power that resonated with the music of creation itself. But here and there, almost imperceptible unless one knew what to look for, were tiny fractures in the weaving. They were old fractures, not fresh, but they had been made deliberately, tested and probed by someone seeking to understand their structure. He tried to break through, Gandalf murmured, more to himself than to the keeper. Not forcefully, for that would have alerted you immediately, and might have triggered defenses he could not predict. No, he worked with subtlety, testing each thread of the enchantment, searching for weaknesses that he might exploit later. And he found them, or at least he learned enough to know where such weaknesses might exist. Mirielin came to stand beside him, her eyes following his gestures as he traced the damaged portions of the enchantment. "Can it be repaired?" she asked, and there was desperate hope in her voice. "I have maintained the outer wards all these years, but the deep magic that binds Arranway to his sleep is beyond my skill to mend." The wizard continued his examination, his expression growing increasingly grave. "The damage is not extensive," he said after a long while, "but it is precisely placed. Whoever did this understood these enchantments at a fundamental level, knew exactly where to apply pressure to create the greatest effect with the least effort. It would take time and concentration to exploit these weaknesses, but it could be done. Given enough opportunity and freedom from interruption, someone with Saruman's knowledge could potentially wake the sleeper without fulfilling any of the conditions that were set. The implications of this hung in the air between them like a sword suspended by a thread. If Saruman could wake Arranway by force, he might gain access to the preserved lore without the safeguards that had been built into the original enchantment. The knowledge had been meant to serve the cause of light, to aid in the healing of what shadow had corrupted. But in the wrong hands, that same knowledge could be twisted to serve darker purposes, or simply hoarded away where it could benefit no one. What can be done? Miriellin's voice trembled slightly, betraying the fear that had been growing in her heart since Saruman's departure 2 centuries ago. "I have kept my vigil faithfully, but if one of the Astari themselves seeks to subvert what was placed in my care, how can I hope to prevent it?" Gandalf turned from his examination of the enchantments to face her fully, and in his grey eyes she saw something that gave her courage despite the dire nature of their situation. "You have already done more than could have been asked of anyone," he said quietly. "To keep this vigil alone for so many centuries, to maintain the wards and protect this place from discovery, that is a feat worthy of the greatest heroes of old. But you are right that the threat has changed. We must consider new measures, new protections that even Saruman would find difficult to penetrate." The wizard began to pace slowly around the chamber, his staff tapping softly against the stone floor with each step. His mind was racing through possibilities, weighing options against risks, considering and discarding plans with the speed of one who had spent millennia learning to think strategically. The stone archive on the walls caught his eye again, and an idea began to form in his thoughts. "Tell me," he said, stopping his pacing to address Mirielin directly. "These inscriptions on the walls, they are connected to Arranway himself, are they not? They are not merely a record but an extension of his knowledge, bound to him through the enchantments?" The keeper nodded. That is correct. The lore is not simply written here, but is woven into his very sleep. When he wakes, he will remember everything contained in these carvings, as if he had spent all the intervening years studying and learning. It was the only way to ensure nothing would be lost, that no part of the knowledge would become corrupted or degraded over time. Gandalf's expression brightened slightly, the first hint of hope touching his features since learning of Saruman's visit. Then there may be a way to add another layer of protection, he said. Not to strengthen the existing enchantments, for that might alert anyone monitoring this place to changes, but to add a new condition, woven so subtly into what already exists, that it would appear to have always been there. Mirialan's eyes widened with understanding. You mean to make it so that even if the sleeper is awakened by force, the knowledge cannot be accessed unless certain conditions are met? Precisely, the wizard confirmed. The enchantments that bind Aranwë to his sleep, and those that connect him to the lore, are separate but intertwined. If I can add a requirement to the second set without disturbing the first, then even if someone manages to wake him prematurely, they will find only a confused elf lord who cannot recall why he was put to sleep or access the knowledge that justified such an extreme measure. The keeper considered this carefully, her ancient mind working through the implications. It is a clever solution, she said at last, but is it possible? I have some small skill with enchantments, but what you propose would require power and precision beyond anything I could attempt. Gandalf nodded slowly. It will not be easy, and there are risks. If I make an error, I could damage the existing enchantments beyond repair. Or worse, I might wake Aranwë prematurely myself. But the alternative is to leave things as they are, vulnerable to Saruman's potential interference. I do not know what my fellow wizard intends, but I trust my instincts, and they tell me that his interest in this place bodes ill. Then you must try, Mirialan said with quiet determination. I have kept this vigil for so long precisely to guard against such threats. If there is a way to make Aranwë and his knowledge more secure, then that way must be taken, whatever the risk. The wizard inclined his head in acknowledgement of her courage, then began to prepare for the delicate work ahead. He removed his travel-stained cloak and laid it aside, revealing the simple grey robes beneath. From a pouch at his belt, he drew out several items: a small crystal that glowed within a light, a vial of water from a sacred spring, and a handful of herbs whose scent filled the chamber with memories of forests now vanished from the world. These will help me focus and maintain the clarity I need for such precise work, he explained, as he arranged the items in a careful pattern on the floor beside the platform. The magic I must employ is subtle, requiring not force but finesse. I will need to touch the existing enchantments as lightly as a spider touches its web, adding new threads without disturbing those already in place. Mirialan watched as he settled himself cross-legged on the floor, his staff laid across his knees and his hands resting palm upward, in a gesture of openness and receptivity. How long will this take? She asked softly. The wizard's eyes had already begun to close, his breathing slowing and deepening as he prepared to enter the trance-like state necessary for such delicate magical work. Hours, perhaps days, he murmured, his voice already growing distant. Do not disturb me unless there is immediate danger. What I attempt requires absolute concentration, and any interruption could prove disastrous. As Gandalf descended into the deep meditative state from which he would work his subtle magic, Mirialan settled herself in a corner of the chamber to keep watch. She had spent centuries in patient vigil, and a few more days would make little difference. But as the hours passed and the wizard remained motionless, lost in his working, she could not help but feel that something fundamental was shifting in the long story of this hidden place. Within the depths of his trance, Gandalf's consciousness expanded beyond the confines of flesh and stone, touching upon the intricate web of enchantments that surrounded the sleeping elf lord. To ordinary sight, magic was invisible, known only by its effects upon the world. But to one who had walked in the blessed realm and remembered the music that shaped all things, the enchantments appeared as threads of light and sound, woven together in patterns of breathtaking complexity and beauty. The original creators of these bindings had been masters of their craft, working at a time when the world was still young enough to remember its own making. Each thread sang with a different note, and together they formed harmonies that spoke of preservation and protection, of sleep without dreams and patience beyond the counting of years. Gandalf could hear in their song the voices of those long-dead lore masters, their hopes and fears crystallized into this single desperate act of preservation. But as he studied the weaving more closely, he could also perceive the damage that Saruman had inflicted. The White Wizard had worked with surgical precision, finding the points where different enchantments intersected and applying just enough pressure to create weakness without causing immediate collapse. It was the work of someone who understood not just the surface patterns but the underlying principles, who could read the music of creation and anticipate how it would respond to interference. Gandalf felt a surge of anger at this violation, but he quickly mastered the emotion. Anger had no place in the work before him. What he needed now was perfect clarity, absolute focus, and a gentleness of touch that would make even the most delicate spider's work seem crude by comparison. He began by tracing the existing enchantments, following each thread from its origin to its terminus, understanding how they interconnected and supported one another. The binding that held Arrynwe in sleep was anchored at 7 points, corresponding to the 7 standing stones above. Each anchor drew power from the land itself, from the slow circulation of strength through rock and root and water. The enchantment had been designed to last until the breaking of the world, drawing sustenance from sources that would endure as long as Middle-earth itself remained. It was a work of such profound wisdom that Gandalf felt humbled in its presence. The second major enchantment connected the sleeping elf lord to the archive inscribed on the chamber walls. This was more complex still, for it dealt not with physical preservation, but with the preservation of thought and memory across the gulf of centuries. The knowledge carved into the stone was not merely recorded, but was held in a state of active connection with Arrynwe's sleeping mind, ready to flow back into conscious awareness the moment he woke. It was this enchantment that Gandalf needed to modify, adding conditions that would prevent its activation unless certain requirements were met. He began his work with infinite care, reaching out with tendrils of power so fine they were barely more substantial than thought itself. The existing threads of the enchantment responded to his touch like living things, quivering slightly, but not recoiling. This was a good sign. It meant the magic recognized him not as a threat, but as one who served similar purposes, who worked in harmony with the original intent, even as he sought to modify its expression. The new condition Gandalf wished to add was deceptively simple in concept, but extraordinarily difficult in execution. He needed to create a requirement that whoever woke Arrynwe must do so with pure intent, seeking the knowledge not for personal power, but for the genuine service of the light. It was the sort of distinction that was easy to state in words, but fiendishly difficult to encode in magical terms. For intent was perhaps the most fluid and subjective of all human qualities. To accomplish this, Gandalf drew upon his own nature as one of the Maiar, a spirit who had existed before the making of the world and who retained some measure of that primordial awareness. He wove into the enchantment a thread that would resonate with purpose, that would recognize the difference between selfless service and selfish ambition. It was not a perfect solution, for nothing in Middle-earth could be truly perfect, but it would provide a significant obstacle to anyone who sought the knowledge for unworthy ends. As he worked, time lost all meaning for the wizard. Hours blended into days, and days might have stretched into weeks for all he knew or cared. His body remained motionless in the chamber below the tower, sustained by his own will and the deep reserves of strength that all the Istari possessed. But his consciousness ranged far and wide through the complex lattice of the enchantments, testing each new thread he added, ensuring it meshed properly with what already existed, anticipating and correcting for potential points of weakness or failure. The task was made more difficult by the need for absolute secrecy. If Saruman or any other skilled practitioner were to examine this place in the future, they must not be able to detect the modifications Gandalf was making. Every new thread had to be disguised, made to appear as though it had always been part of the original design. This required not just magical skill, but a deep understanding of the aesthetic principles that had guided the original creators, an ability to think as they had thought and work as they had worked. There were moments of crisis when Gandalf felt the entire structure beginning to shift under his manipulations, when it seemed that his interference might cause the whole edifice to collapse. In those moments he had to move with perfect sureness, neither hesitating nor rushing, finding exactly the right adjustment to restore stability without abandoning his purpose. It was like trying to rebuild a ship while sailing through a storm, replacing boards and tightening rigging while the waves threatened to tear everything apart. Mirielen, watching from her corner of the chamber, saw none of this internal struggle. To her eyes, Gandalf simply sat in perfect stillness, his breathing so slow and shallow that at times she had to look closely to be certain he still lived. The crystal he had placed beside him pulsed with faint light, its rhythm matching some pattern she could not perceive, and occasionally the herbs would release a burst of fragrance that seemed to carry memories of places and times long lost to the world. On what she judged to be the third day of the wizard's trance, something changed. The air in the chamber grew thick and heavy, charged with potential like the atmosphere before a great storm. The inscriptions on the walls began to glow more brightly, their light pulsing in patterns that made the stone itself seem to ripple and flow. For a moment, Mirielen feared that something had gone terribly wrong, that Gandalf's modifications had destabilized the entire enchantment. But then, the disturbance passed, the light fading back to its normal level, and the air cleared. The wizard remained in his trance, but there was a subtle change in his posture, a slight relaxation that suggested some critical threshold had been crossed. Mirielen allowed herself a small breath of relief, though she did not yet dare to hope that the work was complete. Within his trance, Gandalf had indeed passed the most dangerous phase of his working. The new condition was now woven into the fabric of the enchantment, indistinguishable from the threads that had been there for millennia. But the work was not yet finished. Now came the task of reinforcing what he had created, of ensuring it would hold not just for years or centuries, but for however long it took for the true conditions of awakening to be fulfilled. He drew upon deeper reserves of power now, reaching beyond his own strength to touch upon the authority that had been granted to him when he was first sent to Middle-earth. The Istari had been given their mandate by powers beyond the circles of the world, and that mandate carried with it certain permissions, certain allowances that went beyond what even the wisest of the elves could command. Gandalf invoked that authority now, carefully and with full awareness of the responsibility it entailed. The enchantment responded to this deeper touch, its threads brightening and strengthening as the wizard's will flowed through them. What had been merely added was now integrated, made part of the fundamental structure in a way that could not be undone without destroying the whole. It was the difference between a patch sewn onto a garment and a pattern woven into the original cloth. Even Saruman, with all his knowledge and cunning, would be hard-pressed to detect what Gandalf had done, much less undo it. As the reinforcement took hold, Gandalf became aware of something unexpected. The enchantment itself seemed to recognize the rightness of what he had done, as if it had been incomplete before, and was only now fulfilling its original purpose. This made sense when he thought about it. The creators of this place had been working at a time of great peril, racing against the advance of shadow and the loss of knowledge. They might have intended to add further protections but run out of time, leaving the enchantment functional but not as secure as they had hoped. With this realization came a sense of completion, of a long-delayed task finally accomplished. Gandalf began the slow process of withdrawing his consciousness from the depths of the enchantment, carefully untangling his awareness from the threads he had been manipulating. This part of the work required as much care as the weaving itself, for to withdraw too quickly could leave traces of his presence, markers that a skilled observer might detect and use to unravel what he had done. Layer by layer, thread by thread, he pulled back, always ensuring that what he left behind was stable and self-sustaining. The enchantment grew dimmer in his perception as he rose back toward normal consciousness, the brilliant threads fading to mere suggestions of light, and finally to the invisible currents that ordinary awareness could not perceive at all. When Gandalf finally opened his eyes, the chamber seemed almost unbearably dim after the radiance he had been perceiving. He blinked several times, reorienting himself to the physical world, feeling the weight of his body and the coolness of the stone floor beneath him. His limbs were stiff from days of immobility, and a profound weariness had settled into his bones. But beneath the exhaustion, he felt a deep satisfaction. The work was done, and done well. Mirielen was at his side in an instant, offering him water from a silver flask and steadying him with her hand on his shoulder. "Drink slowly," she cautioned, her voice gentle with concern. "You have been in your trance for 4 days and nights without moving. Even one of your kind must feel the strain of such effort." The wizard accepted the water gratefully, sipping it with care, as his body remembered how to perform such mundane tasks. The water was cool and sweet, carrying a taste of mountain springs and ancient stone, and it revived him more quickly than he had expected. After a few moments, he felt strong enough to rise, though he did so slowly, his joints protesting the long period of stillness. "It is finished," he said simply, his voice rough from disuse. "The enchantments are now more secure than they have ever been. Even if someone were to wake Aranwe by force, even if they somehow managed to break through all the protections that bind him to his sleep, they would find themselves unable to access the knowledge he preserves. The law will remain locked away until one of pure intent comes to seek it, one who serves the light rather than their own ambition." Miriellen's relief was palpable, her shoulders sagging as tension she had carried for centuries finally released its grip. "But how?" she asked. "How can the enchantment distinguish between pure and impure intent? Such things are matters of the heart, subtle and easily disguised." Gandalf moved stiffly around the chamber, working feeling back into his limbs as he spoke. "The enchantment does not judge intent in the way we might, through observation and interpretation. Rather, it resonates with the fundamental nature of the one who seeks to wake the sleeper. Every being in Middle-earth carries within them a certain quality, a harmonic that reflects their deepest purposes and allegiances. Those who serve the light, however imperfectly, produce one kind of resonance. Those who serve themselves, or worse yet, those who have given themselves to shadow, produce quite another." The keeper nodded slowly, beginning to understand. "So the enchantment acts like a tuning fork, responding only to the correct note?" "In essence, yes, though the reality is somewhat more complex." Gandalf paused before the sleeping form of Aranwe, studying the Elf Lord's peaceful face. "The modification I have made creates a threshold that must be crossed before the knowledge becomes accessible. That threshold will permit passage only to those whose fundamental nature harmonizes with the original purpose for which this law was preserved. Saruman, for all his power and knowledge, would find himself barred. His ambitions have grown too great, too focused on his own vision of order and control." There was sadness in the wizard's voice as he spoke of his fellow Istari, and Miriellen understood that whatever rivalry existed between them had once been friendship, perhaps even brotherhood. "How long will these new protections hold?" she asked. Gandalf turned to face her, and in his grey eyes she saw depths of determination that had not been there before. "They will hold as long as the original enchantments hold, for I have woven them so thoroughly into the existing structure that they cannot be separated. To break one would be to break all, and to break all would require power of a magnitude that few in Middle-earth now possess. Even Sauron himself, should he learn of this place, would find it a difficult nut to crack." The mention of the Dark Lord's name brought a chill to the chamber, as if the very speaking of it carried weight and consequence. Miriellen wrapped her arms around herself, suddenly feeling the cold that her kind usually did not notice. "Do you think he will learn of it?" she asked quietly. "Do you think word of this place might reach his ears?" The wizard shook his head slowly. "I think it unlikely. This valley has remained hidden for millennia, protected not just by enchantments, but by the devotion of its keeper and the nature of the land itself. The path that led me here appeared only because I was meant to find it, because some power greater than either of us wished me to know of this place. But we must remain vigilant. The shadow grows stronger with each passing year, and its reach extends farther than many realize." He moved to examine the inscriptions on the walls once more, though now he looked at them with normal sight, rather than the enhanced perception of his trance state. To ordinary eyes they were merely intricate carvings, beautiful in their complexity, but revealing nothing of their true nature. Only one who knew what to look for could perceive the power contained within them, and even then, only dimly. "Tell me, Miriellen," he said, without turning from his examination of the walls. "In all your long vigil here, have you sensed any other presence taking an interest in this place? Any hint that forces beyond Saruman might be aware of what sleeps beneath this tower?" The keeper considered the question carefully before answering. "There have been times," she said slowly, "when I have felt watched, though I could never determine by whom or what. Usually it was just a fleeting sensation, gone almost as soon as I noticed it. But twice in the past century, the feeling was stronger and lasted longer. Both times it came during the dark of the moon, when the power of shadow is greatest, and the light of the stars seems dimmer than usual." Gandalf's expression grew thoughtful. "Dark of the moon," he murmured. That is significant. Many forms of far-seeing work best at such times, when the boundaries between the seen and unseen worlds grow thin. It is possible that someone or something has been scrying this region, searching perhaps for lost lore or hidden powers. Whether they have succeeded in piercing the veils that protect this place, I cannot say. Should we strengthen the outer wards? Mirielin asked. I have maintained them faithfully, but perhaps they need reinforcement against such scrutiny. The wizard shook his head. No. Strengthening them might actually draw more attention. Magic of that sort creates ripples in the fabric of the world, disturbances that the sensitive can detect. Better to leave things as they are on the surface, while knowing that the true protections lie deeper now, beyond easy reach. What we have done here today is add a lock that even the most skilled burglar would struggle to pick. He turned from the walls and moved toward the stairway that would lead them back to the surface. Come, he said. I have been underground for days, and I find myself longing for the sight of stars and the taste of fresh air. Besides, we should speak of practical matters regarding the future of this place and your continued vigil. They climbed the spiral stair in silence, emerging at last into the tower's ruined ground floor. The light that filtered through the gaps in the collapsed upper levels seemed bright as noon to Gandalf's eyes after the dimness below, though by the quality of it, he judged it was actually evening. They passed through the broken doorway and out into the stone circle, where the 7 standing stones stood like silent sentinels against the darkening sky. The sun was indeed setting, painting the western horizon in shades of gold and crimson that would have been beautiful under other circumstances. But Gandalf's attention was not on the sunset. Instead, he was studying the surrounding landscape with careful attention, noting the way the mist gathered in the valley below, the patterns of the wind in the grass, the subtle signs that spoke of the land's mood and character. This place has a will of its own, he observed. Not consciousness as we understand it, but something older and deeper. The land itself wishes to remain hidden, and that is perhaps the strongest protection of all. You have worked in harmony with that will, Mirielin, and that is why your vigil has been so successful. The elf woman gazed out over the landscape she had guarded for so long, and for the first time in centuries, she allowed herself to feel the full weight of what she had sacrificed. I have been alone here for more years than I care to count, she said softly. There are times when I wonder if I made the right choice, if the knowledge Arrynwe preserves is truly worth the price I have paid to protect it. Gandalf placed a hand on her shoulder, and his touch carried comfort and understanding. The sacrifices we make in service of the light are never easy to bear, he said gently. We give up much, sometimes everything, and we do so without knowing whether our efforts will ultimately matter. But this I can tell you with certainty. What you have done here matters. The lore that sleeps in that chamber below may yet prove crucial to the survival of all free peoples. When the final darkness comes, as come it must, the knowledge you have guarded may be the key to ensuring that light endures beyond it. The keeper nodded slowly, accepting his words though her heart remained heavy. What will you do now? She asked. Will you tell others of the Astari about this place? Will the White Council be informed? The wizard's expression grew guarded. I will tell Elrond, he said after a moment's consideration. His house lies not far from here, and he is the wisest of those who remain in Middle-earth. His counsel may prove valuable, and I trust him to keep such knowledge secure. But as for Saruman and the others, I think not. The fewer who know of this place, the safer it remains. What has been hidden for ages should remain hidden until the proper hour of its revelation. He gazed up at the darkening sky, where the first stars were beginning to appear like diamonds scattered across dark velvet. I must leave soon, he continued. There are other roads I must travel, other duties that call me, but I will return when I can, and I will watch for signs that might indicate when Arrynwe's knowledge will be needed. The 3 signs required for his proper awakening are not yet aligned, but I sense that the time approaches when they might be. Mirielin felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of being alone again, but she had long ago learned to master such feelings. Then I will wait, she said simply. As I have waited before, I will wait still. But knowing that someone else understands the importance of this vigil makes the burden lighter. They spent that night in the tower's ruined ground floor, where Mirielin had made a simple dwelling over the centuries. She had little in the way of possessions, for what need had an immortal guardian of material comforts? But she had managed to create a space of quiet dignity, with a palate for rest when weariness overcame even elven endurance. and a small hearth where she could kindle fire on the coldest nights. Here she offered Gandalf what hospitality she could, a simple meal of waybread and water from the silent stream, and they sat together as the stars wheeled overhead through the gaps in the collapsed roof. The wizard broke the companionable silence that had fallen between them with a question that had been troubling his thoughts. When Arranwe chose to enter this long sleep, did he leave any message for those who might come after? Any guidance about how his knowledge should be used, or warnings about its potential misuse? Miriellen stirred the embers of the fire with a stick, sending small sparks spiraling upward into the darkness. "He left words with those who prepared the enchantments," she replied. "I was not present for that final conversation, as my role came later, after he had already been laid to rest. But the eldest of the LOTR masters, she who wove the deepest threads of the binding, shared with me what Arranwe had said. His words have stayed with me through all the long years of my vigil." She paused, her eyes distant with memory. "He said that knowledge is like fire. It can warm and illuminate, or it can burn and destroy. The difference lies not in the fire itself, but in the wisdom of those who tend it. He feared that in the coming ages, as the world grew darker and hope became scarce, beings of power might seek the old law not to heal and preserve, but to dominate and control. He wanted his knowledge to serve only those who understood that true power lies not in dominion over others, but in service to what is good and true." Gandalf nodded slowly, finding in these words an echo of his own philosophy. "It explains much about the conditions that were set," he said. "The 3 signs are not arbitrary tests, but rather requirements that ensure only the right sort of person, at the right moment, can access what Arranwe preserved. A shard of starlight speaks to connection with the ancient powers, and the ability to perceive beauty beyond mere utility. A token of sacrifice shows willingness to pay a price without thought of reward. And the meeting of 3 powers at a threshold between ages, that indicates a moment of such significance that desperate measures are justified." He rose and moved to the doorway, looking out at the night. The stars were brilliant now, undimmed by moon or cloud, and their light seemed to carry a quality of reassurance. The wizard found himself wondering which of those distant fires might have been captured in crystalline form in the elder days, and whether any such treasures still existed in the hidden places of Middle-earth. "Tell me more about this shard of starlight," Miriellen said, rising to join him at the doorway. "In all my years of study, I have heard of such things only in the most ancient tales. Were they common once, or were they always rare and precious?" "They were never common," Gandalf replied, "but neither were they as rare as they have become. In the days when the elves first awoke under the stars, before the sun and moon were made, they learned to catch and hold starlight in vessels of crystal. It was not done for any practical purpose, but rather out of love for the stars themselves, a desire to keep always near them some token of their beauty. The method was lost when the great upheavals of the First Age scattered the elvish kingdoms, and much knowledge was destroyed." He turned to face her directly, his expression serious in the starlight. "I know of perhaps 3 such crystals that still exist in Middle-earth. One is held in Lothlorien, though whether the Lady Galadriel would part with it for any cause, I cannot say. Another is said to rest in the hoards of the dwarves of Erebor, obtained in trade or perhaps in tribute in ages long past. The third was last seen in the possession of Círdan the Shipwright at the Grey Havens, though even he may have sent it across the sea by now." Miriellen absorbed this information with growing concern. So the first sign, even if all other conditions could be met, might be impossible to obtain. What happens then? Does Arranwe sleep forever, his knowledge locked away until the world ends and makes no difference? The wizard's smile was gentle but held a note of mystery. "I have learned over my many years in Middle-earth that when something is truly needed, when the will of the greater powers moves to bring it about, ways are found that seem impossible beforehand. The pattern of the world runs deeper than any of us can fully perceive, and what appears to be chance is often purpose in disguise. If Arranwe's knowledge is truly meant to serve at the world's need, then the signs will align. Of that I am certain." They stood together in silence for a time, each lost in their own thoughts. The night was growing colder, and frost was beginning to form on the grass within the stone circle, glittering like scattered jewels where the starlight touched it. An owl called from somewhere in the valley below, its voice carrying clear and lonely through the still air. "I should tell you," Gandalf said at last. about another reason why I am glad I found this place when I did. There are troubles brewing in the world, shadows gathering that may soon coalesce into something far more dangerous than anything we have faced in recent ages. I fear we stand upon the brink of great conflict, a testing such as has not come since the last alliance. If that is so, then knowledge like Aranwe's might prove more crucial than even those who preserved it could have imagined. Mirialen's face grew grave. "You speak of Sauron," she said quietly. "I have heard whispers even here, carried on winds that blow from the south and east. The name is spoken with fear once more, after long silence. Yes, Sauron, and forces that serve him, whether knowingly or in ignorance." Gandalf's voice was heavy with concern. The shadow reaches out across the lands, seeking always to grow stronger, to corrupt and dominate, and there are signs that suggest the final confrontation approaches, the moment when all will be risked in one great throw of the dice. When that hour comes, we will need every advantage, every scrap of wisdom and power that can be brought to bear. He turned back to face the sleeping chamber far below their feet, though solid stone and distance prevented any sight of it. "That is why I will not speak of this place to Saruman," he continued. "I no longer trust him to put the common good above his own designs. His obsession with order and control has grown too great, and I fear that he sees himself not as a servant of the light, but as a force in his own right, one that should be obeyed rather than questioned. If he knew what I have done here today, if he understood that the knowledge is now locked against those of impure intent, his anger might drive him to actions we would all regret." The keeper shivered, though whether from cold or from the weight of Gandalf's words she could not have said. "You paint a dark picture of the future," she observed. "Is there no hope, then? Must we simply wait for the storm to break over our heads?" Gandalf's expression softened, and he placed a hand on her shoulder once more. "There is always hope," he said firmly. "That is perhaps the most important lesson I have learned in my time walking the roads of Middle-earth. Even in the darkest hour, even when all seems lost, hope remains. It may be fragile, it may seem insufficient against the forces arrayed against it, but it endures. And sometimes, from the smallest and most unlikely sources, it grows into something strong enough to turn the tide." He gestured toward the east, where the constellation of the sickle was rising above the distant hills. "See there," he said. "The stars follow their appointed courses, unchanging through all the turmoils of the world below. They were old when Aranwe first lay down to sleep, and they will be old still when events set in motion now have run their course. There is a pattern to things, a design that encompasses more than any single being can grasp. We play our parts, we make our choices, and we trust that in the fullness of time, all will work toward the purposes of the one who set the great music in motion." Mirielen found comfort in his words, as generations of folk had found comfort in Gandalf's counsel over the centuries. "You will return to visit?" she asked. "I would not wish to wait another 1,000 years before speaking with one who understands the burden I carry." The wizard smiled warmly. "I will return as often as I am able," he promised, "and I will send word if circumstances prevent my coming. You will not be as alone as you have been, Mirielen. That much I can assure you. The vigil you keep is too important to be maintained in utter isolation." They returned to the small fire, and sat together through the remaining hours of darkness, speaking of many things. Gandalf told her of his wanderings, of the peoples he had met and the places he had seen. He spoke of hobbits in the Shire, a simple folk who possessed a resilience and goodness that belied their humble appearance. He told her of the great kingdoms of men, struggling to maintain order and hope in the face of growing threats. And he spoke of his fellow wizards, their strengths and their failings, painting a picture of a world that was far more complex and interesting than the narrow view from this hidden valley might suggest. For her part, Mirielen shared what she had observed over the centuries from her secluded vantage point. She told of the slow changes in the land, the subtle shifts in the patterns of weather and season that spoke of deeper disturbances. She described the animals that had come to trust her presence, the birds that nested in the tower's ruins, and the deer that grazed fearlessly within the stone circle. And she spoke of the dreams that sometimes came to her in the deep watches of the night, visions that might have been mere fancy, or might have been something more, echoes of the sleeping mind in the chamber below touching upon her consciousness. As the first grey light of dawn began to show in the east, Gandalf rose and gathered his belongings. The time had come for him to depart, to return to the wider world and the duties that awaited him there. He embraced Miriellen as a brother might embrace a sister, and there was genuine affection in the gesture, despite the brevity of their acquaintance. "Guard this place well," he said as he prepared to take his leave. "What sleeps here may yet prove to be the salvation of all we hold dear. And remember, you do not stand alone. Though you may see no one for years at a time, there are those who know of your vigil now and who honor the sacrifice you have made." "I will remember," Miriellen replied, her voice steady despite the tears that glistened in her eyes. "Go safely, Mithrandir, and may your path lead you where you are most needed." Gandalf walked from the tower and through the stone circle, his staff tapping softly against the frost-covered ground. At the edge of the circle he paused and turned back for one final look at the place he had found so unexpectedly. The tower stood silent in the growing light, its ruined walls speaking of ages past and purposes that transcended the brief span of mortal concerns. He raised his hand in farewell, then turned and began the descent into the valley where the silent stream ran its mysterious course. The path back through the valley seemed shorter than it had upon his arrival, though Gandalf knew this was merely the effect of familiarity and purpose. Where before he had walked with uncertainty, drawn forward by curiosity and the sense that something awaited discovery, now he moved with the steady confidence of one whose errand has been accomplished. The morning sun climbed higher as he walked, burning away the mists that clung to the valley floor and warming the frost that sparkled on every blade of grass and fallen leaf. As he crossed the stone bridge over the silent stream, Gandalf paused to look back one final time. Already the tower had disappeared from view, hidden behind the curve of the valley's slopes and the screen of ancient trees. The concealment was so complete that had he not just come from there, he might have doubted the place existed at all. He nodded to himself in satisfaction. The enchantments of hiding were still strong, and with the new protections he had added, the sleeping elf lord was as secure as could be managed in these troubled times. The wizard continued his ascent out of the valley, his thoughts already turning to the implications of what he had discovered. The existence of Arrynwe and his preserved knowledge changed certain calculations, opened up possibilities that had not existed before. If the worst came to pass, if Sauron's power grew to the point where direct confrontation became unavoidable, then having access to the deep lore of healing and restoration might prove crucial. Wars wounded more than bodies. They damaged the very fabric of the world, leaving scars that could fester for generations if not properly tended. But the conditions required for accessing that knowledge remained daunting. A shard of captured starlight, a token of sacrifice freely given, and the meeting of three powers at a threshold between ages. Each requirement spoke to circumstances that could not be forced or manufactured. They would either come to pass naturally, when the time was right and the need was great enough, or they would not come to pass at all. It was not a situation that could be managed or controlled, and Gandalf found himself both frustrated and oddly comforted by that reality. As he crested the final rise and emerged from the hidden valley onto the familiar hills beyond, the morning sun struck him full in the face. He stood for a moment, letting its warmth soak into his travel-worn frame, and gazed out over the landscape that stretched before him. In the distance, he could see the line of the road that would lead him eventually to Rivendell, where he intended to speak with Elrond about what he had found. But the road was still many miles away, and between here and there lay country that demanded attention and caution. The wizard had not gone more than a league when he became aware of being followed. It was nothing obvious, no sound of footsteps or crack of broken twigs, but rather a sensation that prickled at the back of his neck, a sense of eyes upon him that activated instincts honed over millennia of wandering in dangerous places. He did not alter his pace or give any sign that he had noticed, but his grip on his staff shifted slightly and his awareness expanded to encompass a wider sphere around him. The follower maintained their distance for another mile, always staying just out of sight, but never quite managing to conceal their presence entirely. Finally, as the path led through a narrow defile between two rocky outcroppings, Gandalf decided that enough was enough. He stopped abruptly and turned, his staff raised, and his voice carrying the weight of command. "Show yourself," he called out. "I am not one to be stalked like prey through the wilderness, and my patience for games grows thin." For a long moment there was silence, broken only by the sigh of wind through the rocks. Then, from behind a boulder, perhaps 30 paces back along the path, a figure emerged. It was a man, or had the shape of a man at least, dressed in worn traveling clothes of dark grey and brown. His face was hidden beneath the shadow of a deep hood, and he moved with a peculiar stillness that suggested either great control or something fundamentally wrong with his nature. Gandalf studied the figure carefully, his keen senses probing for any hint of the follower's true nature. There was something odd about him, something that did not quite align with the normal pattern of a human traveler. The way he stood was too still, the rhythm of his breathing too measured, and beneath it all there was a faint wrongness that the wizard could not immediately identify, but which set every warning sense jangling. "Why do you follow me?" Gandalf demanded, keeping his staff at the ready. "Speak plainly and quickly, for I am not in a mood to suffer fools or dissemblers." The hooded figure tilted its head slightly, a gesture that might have been meant to suggest curiosity, but which came across as merely unnatural. "I follow because I was sent to follow," came the reply, and the voice was like wind through dead leaves, dry and rustling and somehow empty of true life. "My master wishes to know where the Grey Wanderer goes, what roads he travels that others do not see." "And who is your master?" Gandalf's voice had grown colder, edged with steel. "Who would dare to set spies upon one of the Astari?" The figure laughed, and the sound made the wizard's blood run cold. It was not the laughter of anything living, but rather the mockery of laughter, a hollow echo of mirth without joy or warmth. "My master has many names," the figure said. "Some call him the White Wizard, others know him as the head of your order. But I think you know of whom I speak, Mithrandir. I think you know very well." Gandalf felt anger rising within him like a tide, but he kept it under iron control. "Saruman," he said, and the name was both accusation and condemnation. "He sends hollow things to dog my steps." Has he fallen so far then? Has his pride grown so great that he no longer trusts even his own brothers? The figure took a step closer, and now Gandalf could see beneath the hood. What he saw confirmed his worst suspicions. The face was human in shape, but wrong in execution, as if someone had crafted a mask of flesh without truly understanding what gave a human face its living quality. The eyes were the worst, flat and empty, as windows looking into a lightless room. This was no man, but rather one of the things that the darker powers could make when they had access to human flesh and the will to corrupt it. Not quite an orc, for it retained too much of its original form, but no longer truly human either. A servant remade and repurposed, stripped of will and bound to another's command. The realization of what Saruman had done, that he would create such an abomination, struck Gandalf like a physical blow. "What has he become?" the wizard whispered, more to himself than to the creature before him. "What darkness has he embraced that he would work such perversions?" The hollow man smiled, and the expression was somehow worse than its lifeless eyes. "He has become pragmatic," it said. "He has put aside foolish sentimentality and embraced the reality that power must be met with power. The Dark Lord makes servants from corrupted flesh, so why should not the wise do the same? Is it not better that such arts be employed in service of order rather than chaos?" Gandalf's staff blazed suddenly with white light, and the hollow man stumbled backward, raising its arms to shield itself from the radiance. "No," the wizard said, and his voice carried such authority that the very stones seemed to tremble. "It is never better to embrace darkness in pursuit of light. That way lies only corruption and the loss of all we fight to preserve. Saruman has lost his way, and if he creates abominations such as you, then he has lost more than his way. He has lost his very purpose." The hollow man recovered its balance and lowered its arms, though it kept a wary distance from the wizard's blazing staff. "You speak from weakness," it said. "The world changes, and those who do not change with it will be swept away. My master understands this. He prepares for the coming storm while you wander the roads chasing shadows and nursing outdated notions of right and wrong." Gandalf took a step forward, and the hollow man retreated an equal distance. "Tell your master this," the wizard said, his voice hard as granite. "Tell him that I know what he seeks in the hidden places. Tell him that I have found what he could not, and that I have made it secure against his meddling. Tell him that if he continues down this path, if he persists in his corruption and his grasping for power, then he will find himself standing alone when the final darkness comes, and in that hour all his cleverness and all his preparations will avail him nothing." The hollow man opened its mouth to reply, but Gandalf did not give it the chance. With a word of command and a gesture of his staff, he unleashed a blast of pure force that sent the creature tumbling backward through the air. It crashed against the rocks with a sound like breaking pottery, and when it fell to the ground, it did not rise again. The wizard approached cautiously, staff at the ready, but there was no need for further violence. The thing's connection to whatever power animated it had been severed, and it now lay still as a discarded puppet. Gandalf looked down at the broken form with a mixture of pity and revulsion. What had it been before Saruman's corruption claimed it? A man with hopes and dreams, with family perhaps, with a life that meant something? Or had it volunteered for this transformation, seeking power or immortality, without understanding the true price? There was no way to know, and perhaps it did not matter. What mattered was that Saruman had fallen far enough to create such things, and that realization changed the wizard's calculations significantly. He could not go to Rivendell now, not directly. If Saruman was setting watchers on his movements, then leading them straight to Elrond's house would be foolish in the extreme. The Hollow Man had been clumsy in its surveillance, but that might have been deliberate, a test to see how Gandalf would react. There might be others following, more skilled at concealment, waiting to see where the Grey Pilgrim would go and what he would do. The wizard stood in thought for several minutes, weighing options and considering routes. Finally, he made his decision. He would take the long way around, traveling roads that saw little use and passing through country where watchers would find it difficult to remain hidden. It would add weeks to his journey, but it would also give him time to think, to plan, and to consider what must be done about Saruman's growing corruption. Gandalf's journey through the wilderness took him along forgotten paths and through valleys where few travelers ventured. He moved with the steady pace of one who has walked the world for ages, covering ground with a deceptive speed that belied his apparent age. The autumn deepened around him as he traveled, the leaves turning from gold to brown and finally falling to carpet the forest floor with a rustling blanket that muffled his footsteps and concealed his passage. He passed through regions that still bore the scars of ancient conflicts, places where the armies of the Last Alliance had marched, or where darker powers had held sway in years long past. The land remembered these things, holding them in the patient way that earth and stone remember. And to one who knew how to listen, the very ground spoke of sorrows and triumphs from ages before the reckoning of mortal calendars. On the 5th day of his circuitous route, as he crossed a high moorland where the wind blew sharp and cold from the north, Gandalf became aware of another presence. This was not the clumsy surveillance of the Hollow Man, but something far more subtle, a whisper of attention that brushed against his consciousness, like a moth's wing against glass. He paused on the crest of a windswept ridge, his grey robes billowing around him, and opened his senses fully to the world. There, at the very edge of perception, he felt it, a mind of great power and subtlety, reaching across the miles to search for something. The touch was familiar, and with recognition came a surge of anger and disappointment that the wizard had to work to suppress. Saruman was scrying, using arts that the Astari had been cautioned against employing, save in the most dire necessity. The White Wizard was searching for him, trying to divine where he had gone and what he had discovered. Gandalf smiled grimly and wrapped himself in the protections that were his by nature and by the authority granted to him long ago in the uttermost west. The searching mind brushed against his shields and slid away, finding nothing, perceiving only empty moorland and the wind's voice singing over ancient stone. Let Saruman waste his strength in fruitless searching. The Grey Pilgrim had learned long ago how to walk unseen when the need arose, how to be simply one more wanderer in a world full of wanderers, unremarkable and easily overlooked. He descended from the ridge and entered a stretch of old forest, where oak and ash grew thick, and the undergrowth was dense with bramble and fern. Here, the way was difficult, but it also provided excellent cover against far-seeing eyes. Gandalf moved through the tangled vegetation with surprising ease, his staff serving to push aside branches and his long experience in wild places guiding his feet along paths that deer and foxes had worn through the densest thickets. As twilight gathered on the 7th day, he came upon a clearing where a spring bubbled up from between moss-covered rocks. The water was cold and sweet, carrying the taste of deep earth and ancient stone, and beside it grew herbs that the wizard recognized as useful for both healing and sustenance. He made camp there, using his arts to kindle a small fire that gave heat and light, but produced no smoke that might betray his presence to searching eyes. As he sat by his fire, chewing on waybread and sipping water from the spring, Gandalf's thoughts turned again to the hidden tower and the sleeping elf lord. The protections he had woven would hold. Of that he was confident. But Saruman's interest and his willingness to employ corrupted servants suggested a level of determination that was deeply troubling. What did the White Wizard hope to gain from Arunway's knowledge? What purposes had he conceived that required the deep lore of healing and restoration? The more Gandalf considered it, the more convinced he became that Saruman's fall was not a sudden thing, but rather the culmination of a long, slow drift away from the principles that should have guided all the Istari. The signs had been there for years, for decades even. But Gandalf had been too willing to give his fellow wizard the benefit of doubt, too ready to believe that Saruman's increasingly authoritarian pronouncements and his growing obsession with the rings of power stemmed from genuine concern for the world's safety, rather than personal ambition. But creating hollow men, setting spies to watch other members of the White Council, attempting to claim for himself knowledge that had been preserved for the common good, these were not the actions of one who served the light. These were the actions of one who had come to see himself as wiser than his mandate, more capable than his station should allow, entitled to command rather than counsel. The fire crackled softly, sending small sparks spiraling upward to disappear among the stars that were beginning to show through gaps in the forest canopy. Gandalf found his gaze drawn upward, seeking out familiar constellations and finding in their eternal patterns a measure of comfort and perspective. Saruman's schemes, however elaborate they might be, were but brief disturbances in the long unfolding of the world's story. The stars had shone before the White Wizard's corruption and would shine long after its consequences had played out. On the 10th day, as he crossed a high pass through a range of hills that divided one river valley from another, Gandalf encountered a group of rangers. They were men of the Dunedain, descendants of the ancient kingdom of Arnor, who still kept watch over the wild lands and protected the innocent from dangers they would never know existed. The rangers recognized him at once, for the Grey Pilgrim was well known to them, and they greeted him with respect and offers of such hospitality as they could provide in their rough camp. Their leader, a grim-faced man named Halbarad, who bore himself with the dignity of better days, shared news of the lands through which they had been ranging. "There are fell things stirring," he told Gandalf as they sat together around the rangers' campfire. "Orcs have been seen farther west than they have ventured in years, and there are reports of strange travelers on the roads, men who ask questions about old ruins and forgotten places." Gandalf's eyes sharpened with interest. "These travelers," he said, "can you describe them? Were they alone or in company? And what manner of questions did they ask?" Halbarad considered his words carefully before responding. They travelled in pairs mostly, dressed in grey or brown that allowed them to blend with the landscape. They claimed to be scholars seeking knowledge of the ancient kingdoms, but there was something wrong about them. The folk they questioned felt uneasy in their presence, and more than one person reported that the travellers' questions seemed designed to probe for specific information rather than gather general knowledge. The wizard nodded slowly, his suspicions confirmed. Saruman was not content to search with his own powers alone. He was sending agents throughout the northern lands, seeking anything that might lead him to places of hidden lore or forgotten power. The Hollow Man had been merely one tool among many, and likely not even an important one. The White Wizard was casting his net wide, hoping to catch hints and whispers that might guide him to treasures he could claim. "I would ask a favour of you and your rangers," Gandalf said to Halbarad. "If you encounter these travellers again, do not hinder them, but mark well where they go and what they seek. Word should be sent to Rivendell of any significant discoveries they make, or any pattern you perceive in their searching. But approach them not directly, for they may be more dangerous than they appear." The ranger captain nodded his understanding. "It shall be as you say, Mithrin dear. We are accustomed to watching from the shadows and reporting what we see. But should we not warn the common folk to be wary of such questioners?" Gandalf shook his head. "That might only drive the searchers to greater subtlety and make them harder to track. Better that they believe their activities pass unnoticed. The folk of these lands are hardy and cautious by nature. They will not reveal more than they wish to reveal, even to persistent questioning." He spent that night in the ranger's camp, sharing what news he could without revealing too much of his recent discoveries. These were good men, loyal and true, but the knowledge of the hidden tower was not something that should be spread abroad, even among those who could be trusted. The fewer who knew of it, the safer it remained, and Gandalf intended to keep that circle of knowledge as small as possible. In the morning, he took his leave of the rangers and continued his journey. The miles passed beneath his feet, and the landscape gradually changed from wild hills to more settled country. Fields appeared where before there had been only forest and heath, and the occasional farmstead dotted the rolling terrain. The signs of civilization, modest though they were, brought their own measure of comfort. Where folk lived and worked and raised their children, there the shadow had not yet claimed dominion. On the 15th day since leaving the hidden tower, Gandalf came at last within sight of Rivendell. The valley lay before him, in the golden light of late afternoon, Elrond's house rising like a dream from the banks of the river that gave it life and music. The sight of it, after weeks of difficult travel and troubling thoughts, filled the wizard's heart with relief and gladness. He descended the steep path that led into the valley, his pace quickening despite his weariness. As he approached the house, elves came out to greet him, their faces bright with welcome. Word was sent ahead that Mithrandir the Grey had arrived, and before he had even crossed the threshold, Elrond himself appeared to receive him. The Lord of Rivendell was unchanged from when Gandalf had last seen him, bearing still the ageless beauty and the deep wisdom that had made him a beacon of hope and counsel through all the long years since the fall of Sauron in the last alliance. His grey eyes saw much, and they read in the wizard's face that this was no casual visit, that news of import had prompted this arrival. "Welcome, Mithrandir," Elrond said, clasping the wizard's arm in greeting. "You come at a good hour, for I have felt the weight of coming events pressing upon my thoughts, and I sense that you bring tidings that may illuminate what I have only glimpsed in shadow." Gandalf returned the greeting warmly, but his expression remained grave. "I bring tidings indeed," he replied, "and they are both hopeful and troubling in measure. There is much we must discuss, you and I, and it must be in private, for the matters of which I speak are not for every ear." Elrond nodded his understanding and gestured for the wizard to follow him. They walked together through the graceful halls of the house, past rooms where harps played and voices sang in languages older than the kingdoms of men, until they came at last to a quiet chamber overlooking the river. There, with the door closed and wards set against eavesdropping, Gandalf began to tell his tale. The telling took the better part of the evening. Gandalf spoke of the mysterious path that had appeared where none had been before, of the hidden valley and the ruined tower with its circle of standing stones. He described Mirielen and her centuries-long vigil, and the sleeping form of Aranwë with his archive of ancient lore carved into the very walls of his chamber. Most importantly, he spoke of the conditions required for awakening, and the new protections he had woven into the existing enchantments. Elrond listened without interruption, his ageless face grave in the lamplight. When Gandalf finished, silence filled the chamber for a long while, broken only by the distant music of the river flowing past the foundations of the house. The Elf Lord rose and moved to the window, gazing out at the stars that were beginning to appear in the darkening sky. "This is a discovery of profound significance," Elrond said at last. "Knowledge from the elder days, preserved intact, and waiting to serve at the world's need. It speaks to a foresight and sacrifice that honor those who made it possible. But you are troubled, Mithrandir. I can see it in your bearing. It is not merely the discovery itself that weighs upon you." Gandalf joined him at the window, his own eyes turning skyward. "No," he agreed. "What troubles me most is Saruman's interest in such places, and the lengths to which he has gone to pursue his searches. The Hollow Man I encountered was an abomination, Elrond. Not merely corrupted, but fundamentally remade, stripped of will and purpose save to serve another's commands. That the White Wizard would create such a thing speaks of a corruption deeper than I had feared." The Elf Lord's expression grew darker still. "I have sensed changes in Saruman when he has visited here," he said quietly. "A hardening of spirit, a growing certainty that he alone understands the true nature of the threats we face. He speaks increasingly of the need for order imposed from above, of the foolishness of allowing the free peoples to chart their own courses. There is an arrogance in him now that was not there before, or at least not so pronounced." Gandalf nodded slowly. "He sees himself as the architect of our salvation," he said, "and in that seeing, he has lost sight of what we were sent here to do. We were meant to guide and counsel, to kindle courage in hearts that might otherwise despair. We were not sent to rule or to accumulate power for our own purposes, but I fear Saruman has forgotten this. or perhaps decided that the constraints placed upon us are obstacles to be overcome rather than wisdom to be heeded. The two of them stood together in contemplative silence, each considering the implications of what had been discussed. Finally, Elrond spoke again, his voice carrying the weight of difficult decisions. "What would you have me do?" he asked. "Should the White Council be convened? Should Saruman be confronted with his transgressions?" The wizard shook his head. "Not yet," he replied. "To confront him directly would only drive him to greater secrecy, and perhaps push him toward choices from which there can be no return. Better for now that he believes his activities remain unknown, that he has time to reconsider his path before the consequences become irreversible. But we must watch him closely, you and I. We must be prepared to act if his corruption grows beyond what can be tolerated." Elrond accepted this with a slight inclination of his head. And the hidden tower? What of Miriellen and her vigil? Should others be told of its existence? Again Gandalf shook his head. "The fewer who know, the safer it remains," he said. "You I trust absolutely, and your wisdom may prove valuable in understanding when and how Aranway's knowledge might be needed. But beyond that, I think silence serves us best. Let the place remain as it has been, hidden and guarded, waiting for the proper hour." The Elf Lord moved back to his chair and settled into it with the fluid grace of his kind. "Tell me more of these three signs," he said. "A shard of captured starlight, a token of sacrifice freely given, and the meeting of three powers at a threshold between ages. Do you have any sense of when such conditions might align?" Gandalf remained at the window, his eyes distant with thought. "The starlight is perhaps the most straightforward," he said. "Such crystals exist, as I told Miriellen. They are rare, but not beyond obtaining if the need becomes great enough. The token of sacrifice is more difficult, for it cannot be sought or planned. It must arise naturally from circumstances, and be freely offered without thought of reward. Such moments come when they come, and cannot be forced." "And the meeting of three powers?" Elrond prompted. "That," Gandalf said softly, "is the most mysterious of all. Three powers at a threshold between ages. One of the earth, one of the ancient days, and one that serves the secret fire. It speaks to a convergence so rare that it might happen only once in an age, if that. And yet, I have a sense, faint and uncertain, that such a moment approaches. The world changes, Elrond. Old orders pass away and new patterns emerge. We stand at such a threshold now, whether we name it or not." The Elf Lord nodded slowly. "I feel it too," he said. "The weight of coming change, the sense that great events cast their shadows before them. The shadow in the east grows stronger. Sauron stirs in his fastness, gathering strength for some purpose we can only guess at. When the storm breaks, it will test all of us in ways we cannot yet imagine." They spoke late into the night, considering possibilities and making what plans could be made given the uncertainties they faced. Elrond shared his own concerns about the growing darkness and the signs he had observed of the enemy's increasing boldness. Gandalf recounted other troubling tidings from his travels, pieces of a puzzle that was slowly becoming clearer and more ominous. As the night deepened toward dawn, their conversation turned at last to matters of hope. For all the darkness gathering around them, for all the perils that loomed on the horizon, both wizard and elf lord understood that hope remained. It might be fragile, it might seem insufficient against the forces arrayed against the free peoples, but it endured. And in the most unlikely places, in the simple courage of humble folk and the wisdom preserved in hidden valleys, lay seeds that might yet grow into salvation. When Gandalf finally retired to the chambers that had been prepared for him, the first light of dawn was beginning to touch the eastern sky. He stood for a moment at the window of his room, looking out over the peaceful valley. Somewhere far to the north, Miriellen kept her ancient vigil, watching over knowledge that might yet prove crucial to the world's fate. And somewhere in the gathering darkness, Saruman pursued his own designs, heedless of the price he paid with each step farther into corruption. The wizard felt the weight of all the long years he had spent in Middle-earth, all the roads he had walked, and all the sorrows he had witnessed. But he felt also the purpose that had brought him here, and the duty that would sustain him through whatever trials lay ahead. He was Gandalf the Grey, servant of the secret fire, and he would not falter while strength remained to him and the world had need of his service. In the days that followed, Gandalf rested in Rivendell, and took counsel with Elrond on many matters, but he spoke to no other of what he had discovered in the Hidden Valley, keeping that knowledge close as a card held in reserve against future need. When at last he departed, setting forth once more on the long roads of Middle-earth, he carried with him a renewed sense of purpose and a deeper understanding of the complexities they faced. The path that led away from Rivendell took him westward toward the Shire, where he had business with a certain hobbit who might prove more important to coming events than anyone yet realized. But as he walked, his thoughts often turned back to the tower in its secret valley, to the sleeping elf lord and his faithful keeper, and to the knowledge that waited there for the proper moment of its revelation. Years would pass, and the shadows would lengthen across Middle-earth. The War of the Ring would come and test the free peoples as they had not been tested since the last alliance. Great deeds would be done, and terrible prices paid. But through it all, in a place hidden from the world's troubles, Aranwe would sleep on, and Miriellen would keep her vigil, and the ancient lore would remain preserved and protected, waiting for the hour when the three signs would align, and hope would need the wisdom of ages past. Whether that hour would come, and what form it might take, only the unfolding of the world's story would reveal. But Gandalf had learned over his long years that the pattern runs deeper than any single being can perceive, and that what seems impossible often becomes necessary when the moment is right. And so the Grey Pilgrim walked on, following roads that led both everywhere and nowhere, serving purposes both immediate and distant, a living link between the wisdom of the past and the hope of the future. Behind him, the hidden tower stood silent in its valley. Before him, the long defeat continued its patient work, and above him, the stars wheeled in their appointed courses, bearing witness to the small acts of courage and devotion that, woven together over time, might yet prove sufficient to hold back the darkness when the final test came. Thus ends the tale of Gandalf's discovery of the Hidden Tower and the Sleeping Keeper of ancient lore, a tale that has not been told before, and which speaks to the many roads the Grey Wizard walked in the years before the great events that would reshape Middle-earth. It reminds us that not all battles are fought with sword and fire, that not all victories come through conquest, and that sometimes the most important work is done in quiet places by those who labor in obscurity, keeping faith with purposes larger than themselves. The road goes ever on and on, as the hobbits say in their wisdom. Down from the door where it began, now far ahead, the road has gone, and we must follow if we can. Gandalf followed many such roads in his time walking Middle-earth, and each one taught him something new about courage and sacrifice, about the persistence of hope against impossible odds, and about the hidden strengths that lie waiting in unexpected places. And in a valley that few will ever find, where a ruined tower stands within a circle of ancient stones, the vigil continues. Miriellen watches still, and Aranwe sleeps his enchanted sleep, and the knowledge of ages past waits for the moment when it will be needed most. For in the great patterns that shape the world, nothing is truly lost that is worth preserving, and no sacrifice made in service of the light is ever wasted. So ends this chapter in the wanderings of Gandalf the Grey, servant of the secret fire, wielder of the flame of Anor, and friend to all who love freedom and light. May his road lead him safely through the shadows that gather, and may his purpose be fulfilled when the hour of greatest need arrives at last.